Короче, слышь, ёпта.
By now, I'm sure you've deduced that our arrival in the Commonwealth wasn't
We're here
coincidental.
because
of a unique energy reading recorded by Paladin Dance's recon. According to our scribes, the reading indicated a level of technology that only the Institute. The moment this information came to light, our mission became clear. The Institute and everyone responsible for the creation of the synths must be eliminated. To accomplish this goal, we need to locate the Institute's. I've had our scribes meticulously searching the Commonwealth, but they've come. The only logical explanation is that they've gone underground. That's where we need your help.
Can you take a look at these schematics? A scientist named Virgil said they could get me inside the Institute. I believe you'd be better served showing these plans to Proctor. That being said, I'm pleased that you've chosen to build the device with the Brotherhood. Indulge me for a moment by satisfying my curiosity. Tell me why you're so eager to get into the Institute. I think they're the ones who kidnapped my son.
The Institute preys on the weak to further their own ends. Together, we'll make them pay for their crimes. I'll call ahead and brief Proctor Ingram. Report to the airport, and get to work on your project right away.
Getting a bit of twitch on Prop 3.
Только по-бырому. Загрузка по-бырому. Будьте так добры, сука.
Looks like it's going feral. I'm putting it down.
Чё, блядь?
Hey,
What you got?
come on.
Good as done.
Йоу.
Oh, this frame is driving me crazy. Got like 3 itches I can't even scratch.
Elder Maxon said you'd help me build the signal interceptor.
So, looks like you're calling the shots around here now, huh? All right, I'll bite. What does your new miracle device do?
Did you know the Institute has a teleporter called the Molecular Relay?
Molecular... what? No. Molecular transmission via encrypted RF waves? Okay, even I have to admit. This explains why we've been picking up anomalous energy readings all across the Commonwealth. How they get their tin soldiers to come out of the damn walls. And this little beauty allows you to literally hijack a return signal. Instead of grabbing the intended target, it grabs you instead. Impressive.
That all sounds impressive, but can you build it?
I can keep that flying pile of junk in the air. I can work miracles. It's difficult to make out all the details here, but I'm thinking you can get started by building a stabilized reflector. It's gonna take a cargo hold full of high-grade metal, but I'm sure that we have plenty of it right here at the airport.
Just tell me what we need so I can get started.
Sorry that I'm boring you. Here's a list of everything you need to find. You're also going to need a massive power source to get the signal interceptor running.
Чувиха, ты меня дрочишь, что ли? Открой, ёпты.
How can you stand beside that abomination?
Unless you like getting radiation sickness.
Окей. Ну, окей. Так, ну давай тогда все тут сейчас разъебу. Угу. Да, уйди. Да уйди ты. Так. Что ж, поехали. Не открывается. Боготворит. То есть уже совсем скоро он мне даст перк. Хорошо.
Any luck building the platform yet?
I glued a bunch of parts together and hoped for the best.
Hey,
Good
you're
enough?
the one that's gonna be standing on the thing. If it blows up, it's gonna hurt you a lot more. Here's a list of everything we'll need. Now, I know some of that might as well be in Greek, so I'll be around if you have any questions.
Looks good, Ingram. I'll get to work right away.
I wish I had your confidence. Oh, one last thing before I forget. It's important that all the components are wired together so all the pieces are on a single grid. Otherwise, if you need any help, going to work. I'll be over at the build site making some adjustments and calculations. I'd wish you good luck, Knight, but I think we're both going to need it. My duty shift was long, but I'm glad we're making a difference out here.
Так. Допустим. Ага, вот они, две штуки, которые мне нужны. Всё, я понял. Окей.
Do you need any help with the signal interceptor?
How are we gonna build a control console?
Old hospitals might have the equipment to translate your molecular information for transmission. Best lead I can think of right now.
Ага.
Hey,
Чё? Ну-ка, давай-ка там не пизди. Пошли добудем дерьмо остальное. Бля, да у меня же патронов нихуя нету. Так, братан.
Hey,
what do you need? You need a fix?
Залупикс, блядь. Так, у тебя не те боеприпасы, что мне нужны. Хуёво чё? Хуёво. Придется идти с этой винтовкой. Так, 9 здесь. 19 здесь. Дробовик не убираем. Работаем на расстоянии с помощью этого. А тут я был. Тут только гули. Нормально пойдет.
Gotta be a rough life. You don't see many old raiders. Something ain't right about this place.
Ебай. И скорее засыпай. Придет серенький волчок и укусит собачок. Это я тебя раздел, я помню. Так. Ага. Ну, давай, открывайся. Почему загрузка идет, я не понимаю. В прошлый раз, когда перепроходил загрузку, они сразу же открывались. Когда я выходил из терминала. В этом прокачиваю. Отмена. Мгм. Ну, не знаю пока. Люблю торговать, давай вот это тогда. Качаю. Все. Ага. Все. Теперь можем валить отсюда. В смысле, блядь? Прям отсюда. Спим 1 час и валим. И в другую сторону. Блять. Ну, началось. Церемониться с вами не буду, у меня одна винтовка. Блять, когти смерти бы не встретить. Да, я голый без патронов. Вообще ничего не нашел для своих пушек. Сука. Хотел.
You are hiding because you fear death. Hello. So long.
Или их всего двое. Всего двое. Тут я тоже был. Против зеленокожих. С какого там раза я прошел? 10-го. Надеюсь, вас здесь нету больше. О, 308. Хорошо. Уже можно с этим что-то сделать. Патрон для дробовика. Замечательно. Блин, все время стабильно падает 10 миллиметров. Может быть, пистолеты вкачать? С одним пистолетом хотя бы бегать. Это уже накопилось нормально так на него у меня. Так. Ну, пошли. Угу. 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 Еще раз. Вверх.
Yes. Knows their way around a bobby pin.
Nice.
Как же хорошо, что я вернулся. Так, нам за стенку.
Guess this is where you came and you couldn't just fix it with a stem, huh?
Где кнопки-то?
Hey,
Shoot. Sure, check the stat.
Это, сука, пошло не так. Как бы мне... Так, во-первых, давай сохранимся. Видел лестницу. Видел ли... Блять. Мгм.
Got it.
Powering up. Protectron on duty.
World's always gonna have tyrants. But if I get my way, there'll be a lot less.
А что случилось? А, день настал. Выручает эта хреновина. Очень сильно. Интересно, если я заполучу телепорт молекулярный, я могу перемещаться быстрым перемещением? Просто по логике вещей это должно произойти именно так. Сука. Так. Мясо давай. Ёб твою мать. Играет хуй просышь. Все, сигнал. Отлично. Ну бы торгаш попался какой-нибудь. Сука.
Hey, when you got time, I got something I...
Heads up.
Что ты хотел тому
Hey,
сказать?
Hancock.
Hey, when you got time, I got something I still need you to hear.
I'm listening.
It's just being out here with you, it's made me realize most of my life to this point, I've been running out on the good things I got. My life in Diamond City took up with you just to get out a good neighbor. Running from myself is what made me into a But being here with you for the first time in my life, things have just felt, and running is the furthest thing from my mind. I mean, I left Good Neighbor thinking I was gonna just sharpen up, whether it's killer instinct or destiny or just goddamn coincidence. I turned one of the nastiest settlements in the Commonwealth into a refuge for the lost. I thought I'd done something. But being out here with you, it's made me realize just how small time I've been. And that maybe all my running from my life, myself, maybe it wasn't such a bad thing after all.
It doesn't matter what you did. All that matters is what you do from here on out.
I know a lot of bookies that'd disagree with you, but I feel what you're getting at. So let me get to the point. Throwing in with you has been the best decision I've ever made. It's like I found a part of myself I never realized was missing, which happens sometimes. If I hadn't taken up with you, I'd probably be in a gutter somewhere, getting gnawed on by radroaches. Have been one hell of a friend.
Have you ever thought about us as maybe more than just friends?
Is that obvious? Come on, you don't want to wake up to this mug every morning. Never wish that on anyone I cared for.
I'm trusting you on this, Hancock. Should I?
I ain't got an escape route planned, if that's what you're asking. Right now, this is exactly where I want to be. Moments like this, I know all that karma stuff is bull. Because no one like me should be this Come on, love. Let's get this freak show on.
Так, все получил. Теперь можно менять спутника. Изотеп. Ну-ка. Спешл. Берсерк. Благодаря отношениям с силачом вы наносите на 20% больше урона в ближнем бою, если уровень вашего здоровья ниже 25%. Варвар. Критические удары без оружия. Взломщик. Благодаря отношениям с Павером вы получаете удвоенный опыт за успешные диалоги и посещение новых мест. Так, изотеп. Благодаря отношениям с Хэнкоком ваш индикатор критической атаки заполняется на 20% быстрее. Не пользуюсь. Так, крепкий хребет. Медик. Лидер. Благодаря отношениям с Кейт ваши очки действия восстанавливаются тоже для вас. Не пользуюсь. Свинцовое брюхо. Сердце из стали. Благодаря отношениям с Ником Валентайном вы получили одну дополнительную попытку взлома, а скорость установления терминалов повышается на 50%. Вот это было бы сейчас полезно очень. Так, тайные операции. Все, да? Это все мои были спутники. Так. Ну, чувак. Надо продавать. Так вот сделаем. Надо продавать все, что есть у тебя. А потом уже сюда возвращаться и брать паладина Дэнса. Поэтому идем сначала в добрососедство. В добрососедство идем. Продаемся, я его отпускаю. Он у меня остается в добрососедстве. И все, заебись. Я бы и продал все на придвине, но, блять. А хотя я у него все могу забрать. А этого, наверное, не хватит одного торговца. Хотя там док есть. Доктор и Тиган. Доктор и Тиган. Хули надо? Слышь ты, ёпты. Да пошел ты. Так. Подожди ты, блядь.
Heads up.
Just say the
Wait
word.
there.
Open for business.
Ну ты и говна насобирал, конечно. Так, защитный тесак. Зуб. Мина. Леденящий дрын, мина, разводной ключ. Так, это я тебе все оставляю. Продадим. Так, это я забираю, это я... Блять, вообще лучше в Diamond City бы добежать. Да. Вот это сейчас все затолкаю я тогда в этот.
If Dumb and Ugly had a child, it'd be a super. We'll stop the Institute for Maxon and for the Brotherhood.
Этот хлам я затолкаю сюда сейчас. На, держи. Да, все, хлама тут нету. Перед тем, как отправляться, хочу паладина Дэнса взять. Так, пошли отсюда нахер, тогда мы... Плюс патроны сами себя не купят. Сука. Пожинаю плоды разборок. Так, добрососедство есть тут поблизости? Есть. Так, как бы нам... Соседство, добрососедство. Добро, сука, соседство. Вот так вот.
Is someone present?
You must die now. Assessment. You must die.
В смысле? Ох уж эти текстуры охуительные, вообще четкие. А нах. Блядок. Так. Что там по скорпионам у нас? 6 штук скорпионов. Вот мы и пришли. Пора облегчаться.
Need a place to stay?
Hey, Daisy.
Means a lot to me that you made them.
Uh-huh. I'll take a look.
It's a little bit of everything.
Так, 5.56, будьте добры. Чечную воду, будьте добры. Забирай, забирай. Так, так. Бафаут. Медикс, ментат. Мясо таракана забирай. Психа забирай. Так. Все пока что. Где хуй этот? Безносый. Пидорас.
Hey, Cleo.
Every weapon you see here could
Uh-huh. Let's see what you got.
each
Так, Радикс. Кротокрыса, до свидания. Стелсбой, до свидания. Так. Так. Ракеты. Ракеты держи. Вот это давай. Держи. Держи. Что еще у тебя есть? Дробовик, давай. 308, давай. Держи плазму, держи вот это дерьмо. Забери, пожалуйста. Так, 60. Вот так вот. Живем. Отлично.
You're lucky the mayor likes outsiders.
Колонка с водой есть тут у вас, ребята? Нету. Пошли поспим 10 часов. Может быть, он все-таки, сука, придет в свое добрососедство. Можешь посмотреть, как я сплю. Вообще, как дела?
I ain't ready to get back out there and fight crime.
Right.
Maybe at least I can keep tinkering, though. To try to make your shroud costume even better.
What's that gonna run me?
Cost? Free, of course. After all we've been through, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Then let's do this.
Oh, sorry. I can't do nothing now. I'll fire up my radio when I have something for you.
О, ничего себе.
Excuse me.
Sorry, Shroud. I don't have any upgrade.
Ну ладно.
It's ready.
Хэнкок не появился? Сука. Че за бред, блядь? У него дохуища вещей со звездочками. Ой, бля, неужели где-то застрял этот хуесос безносый? Гули не спят, да? Бля, неужели я его оставил? Да не. Ничего не оставлял я. Он опять куда-то проебался. Или оставил?
We're busy here.
Твою мать.
Look alive.
I take
Moving out.
requests.
Your kind aren't welcome here.
What are you
Древая
gonna
память,
do
мать твою.
about it?
Древая, сука, память.
Liberating the Commonwealth is a huge responsibility, but we'll get the job done.
Генератор. 5, 2, 25. Генераторы. Ветряк. 10. Так. Алюминий, ядерный материал.
That you would associate with such a monstrosity. I'm disappointed, brother.
Рот закрой нахуй свой. Нужно еще один генератор построить. Алюминий. Что там надо было еще? Алюминий. Сейчас посмотрим. У станка.
Don't worry. You're safe from the sins here in Diamond City. Oh, I do hope you're here to make a purchase. It's...
Хуя, Хэнкок.
I want to be left alone.
Хэнкок долбоеб. Сюда иди.
Got my attention.
Так, давай сюда. Все.
Oh, you don't smell at all.
We're so delighted you've chosen...
Uh-huh. I've got a few minutes.
Oh,
Не надо мне тесак. Так вот. Так. Питание, генераторы. В этом нету генераторов. Ладно. Коллекцию. Продать. Продать. Дать. Дать. Дать, продать. Плюс 2 к опыту. Суп из белки.
Up and at 'em.
Эти хлебовника. Заебись. Охуенно вообще. Просто пиздата. Блять. Так, торговцы все на месте.
Hey, man. Got a lot of chem...
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Check it out.
Mm-hmm.
Заебись. Едем дальше.
You. Well,
Sure. Let's take...
just don't call it...
Uh-huh.
Ага. Ага. Так. Тут ничего не трогаем. Здесь поехали. Вот так вот. Вон закупить надо. Да чего же дожили? Трахую гуля.
Hear you like to blow stuff up.
Дорог.
Arturo.
You need protection.
Залп экшен, да,
Sure.
давай.
Everything.
Sure.
Алюминий нужен. Сука. Алюминий, что-то там еще. Так, П-56 давай. Дробовик давай. 308 давай.
You're getting pretty chummy with that report.
Не так быстро, друган. Не так быстро. 800 я тебе не хочу оставлять. Артиллерийская дымовая шашка. Плазма. Биогенка.
If you're looking to keep your load light,
Sure. Let's take a look.
something for
Uh-huh.
Алюминий. Алюминий. Что же там было еще? Не ядерный материал. Какой-то материал еще один был. Ну давай, ядерный материал все-таки-то возьму. Мгм. Так вот. И алюминий возьму.
You do what you gotta.
Так.
Yeah?
Hancock,
You're looking a bit on edge.
I think it'd be best if we went our separate
That's
ways.
so? I ain't gonna pretend I'm thrilled with the prospect. But alright, I'll head home. When you change your mind, though, you come find me.
Старый Капитолий, все правильно. Так, а я посплю один. Так, еще раз. Все проверяем. Раз. Один бафаут остался, но ничего страшного. Два. Две хавки, очищенная вода 16. Пойдет. Пошли. Че, появились бабки?
I've got a few minutes to... Sure.
Нет, не появились.
Don't worry.
Побежали.
You're safe from the sins here in Dallas.
Интересно, а Паладин Дэнс, он не будет падать с Придвина при телепортации с Земли на Придвин? Или он будет таким же долбоебом, что и Хэнкок? Ну все, понеслась. Что у меня там за херня? Часто спать, усталость. Чем дальше играю, тем больше войнушек по пути. Бля, какие же рваные 60 кадров. Засуньте свой туман в жопу. Охереть. Ну просто охереть.
Disappearing out, huh?
И сюда занесло. Да, что-то гули развелось, так развелось. Вас никто не просил меня стрелять. Ублюдки. Кровавленной каши я уже хуй посплю. Так, а ты? Молчал бы себя и был бы жив. Я бы тебя не заметил. Бля, какие же вы, сука, тупые. Ну а что, там дверь есть? Нет, нихуя. Здесь есть. Надо сначала взять этого паладина.
Commonwealth's a dangerous place. Make sure you gear up before you head out.
Перед тем, как взять паладина, надо узнать все-таки, правильно ли я подобрал материал. Так, питание, генераторы. Да, правильно. Все, пошли за паладином. Скоро братство пизда.
If you're looking for a way into the Institute, you should talk to Proctor Ingram.
Any personnel who have not completed their annual medical evaluation should report to Knight Captain Cade immediately to schedule an examination. That is all.
This rust bucket. Oh, sure, the Pridwin's a fine ship, but put me in the field any day.
Hey.
I'm worried about these recruits. Too young, too green. Not like the initiates back in my day.
What's on your mind, soldier?
Dance?
Ready to continue our mission, soldier?
Ready.
Roger that.
Hey.
Ready. Well, let's see what you require.
Кипчик, ёпты.
Raiders are no better than a pack of
Так, у тебя есть пушка. Пошли. Так, 1 час. Только не пизданись, пожалуйста. Хотя, если он пизданется, он же в силовой броне. Все нормально. Вообще тогда по херу.
Shelter and supplies at the police station in Cambridge.
Having the Prydwen moored above the airport keeps the Brotherhood within striking distance of the city.
Ты за мной успеваешь, нет там? Консервная банка.
Can you believe synths are replacing humans with exact duplicates?
Так, во-первых, утоляем жажду. Во-вторых, строим еще один генератор. Давай. Не по 10. Сука, медь нужна теперь. Так. 22. Ага. Одна медь нужна. Просто охуенно. Медь. Ебучая медь.
You're an inspiration to us
Отъебись.
all, Knight. Do us proud.
Сталь.
Ad Victoriam, brother.
Сука. Пошли обратно к торговцам. Что бред. В проводниках есть медь. В слитках медных есть медь. Само собой. Внезапно, хули бы нет. И поспоришь. Так.
When it comes to keeping the
Attention, this is a reminder. Any recovered historical, technological, or social documentation should be delivered directly to Proctor. That is all.
Поднос алюминий.
You know, before getting shipped to the Commonwealth, I thought Elder Lions still had some brotherhood in the capital wasteland. They were about helping. But this assignment, it's opened my eyes. Here we passed city after city, buildings taller than I've ever seen. Some that nearly eclipsed the Prydwen. Now, the mutants. Freaks. Seeing all that destruction, tens of millions dead, brought on by technology run amok, it made it so clear. The wasteland needs to be cleansed, and we're the ones to do it. Proctor Ingram said she needed this suit tested yesterday.
I get it. Just what if I
Don't.
miss?
Okay. Sure. Firing. Everything holding together?
Trust me. You'd
Good. Firing.
All right. Everything looks nominal. And you didn't scuttle the ship. Initiate.
Sure. Anytime. Thank God.
Рылся в моем шкафчике. Калак, что происходит? Мы с тобой через столько прошли вместе, а ты так со мной поступаешь. Слушай, это уже слишком даже для тебя. Если еще раз тронешь мои вещи, я обо всем доложу капитану. Ублюдок. Так, пиво, смолянка.
Wait, you're going into the Institute alone? Sounds like a suicide mission to me. Radiation has a twisted sense of humor.
Cade won't clear me for duty yet. I think he's giving me orders now.
Greetings, Knight.
В плитке медь есть. Так вот еще.
In my experience, hotshots and big mouths end up with closed casket funerals.
Канистра.
So you're the new knight I heard about. Glad to have you on the team.
Чашка на контуре хладогена. Алюминиевая. Теперь должно схватить.
Cade won't clear me for duty yet. I think he's giving me orders.
Я у вас тут все заберу.
Hi. When I get off duty, that Salisbury steak is mine.
You think the Commonwealth looks bad?
На, сука.
You should see the Capital Wasteland.
Так. Понюхай. Вот так вот, давай.
Attention. Halbert pilot to station Epsilon. Halbert pilot report to station Epsilon. That is all.
Подожди, что там у тебя? А, снимки. Снимки, косторез, золопес.
Something I can do for you, soldier?
Все нормально, успокойся. Я иду на батарею выкидываешь, но ты долбоеб.
Worried about these recruits. Too young, too green. Not like the initiates back in my day.
Все. Все, говорю.
I used to be a field scribe. Deathclaw. Snapping my femur like a twig put an end to that.
Something I can do for you, soldier? Could you describe?
Возня вознёй. Возня ради возни.
You'll end up eating some pretty questionable things to stay alive.
Отойди оттуда, разъебет. Слышь меня?
Remarkable work, Knight. The signal interceptor appears to be complete. Are you ready to put it to the test?
Lab rat standing by.
All of us are aware of the risks you're taking. And we salute. That being said, this is the first time we've attempted to directly adapt Institute
When we throw
technology.
that switch,
we don't know exactly what's going to happen. God willing, you'll end up inside the Institute, and the mission can continue.
Unless I end up inside solid rock.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Now, I want you to listen very carefully. Once you've entered the Institute, we expect to lose contact. So it's imperative you remember everything. About 10 years ago, the Brotherhood began recruiting civilian scientists from the capital wasteland to assist during this process. We were able to obtain the services of Dr. Madison Lee, a noted mind in the field of nuclear engineering.
How did the Brotherhood meet Dr. Lee?
She was part of a civilian project in the capital wasteland that the Brotherhood appropriated. It wasn't difficult to convince her to stay. That said, Dr. Lee's contributions to our cause were instrumental in maintaining order in the capital wasteland. She developed differences with the Brotherhood and exiled herself to the Commonwealth. Certain that her intent was to make contact with the Institute.
What sort of differences?
Although she was working with the Brotherhood of Steel, she never formally joined after the capital wasteland was secured. She objected to the Brotherhood's continued military presence. I think she assumed we would just walk away from it all. Your mission is simple. Once you're inside the Institute, we want you to track down Dr. Lee's whereabouts. If you find out that she's still alive, make contact with her and convince her to return to the special project we're working on. And it needs her attention.
What's this project that needs her attention?
Dr. Lee previously worked on a potent weapon for the Brotherhood. We'd like her to continue where she left off. That's all I can tell you. I'm well aware that you're risking your life going into the Institute. Just keep your mind on the mission. And don't let anything they say sway you from your duty.
Mm-hmm. А если я сейчас пойду в подземку и расскажу им все, что сейчас узнал отсюда? М? Что тогда произойдет? Мне вот интересно узнать. Благо тут рядом. Вот сука. О, хотя бы это. А с паладином Дэнсом сейчас туда войдем. Нормально будет, они все охуеют просто. Йоу!
If you'll excuse me, I'm quite busy.
The survivor from Augusta, Blackbird, is dead. I didn't find
As I
any evidence of
expected.
where the synth is.
Well, at least you weren't hurt. Perhaps Desdemona will
Hopefully
listen to
this
me
will
next
help
time.
you
in your future missions. Now, if you don't mind...
Hey, Carrington.
I'm very busy. Unless you need my...
What's new, Doc?
Been out of the loop? Lots of sick and injured taking up my time.
Could use some supply.
Let's see what...
Йоу, Дездемона.
Tom and his boys are still unloading all the toys you
Да,
found
да,
from
да,
the
подожди. Пэм. Хули надо?
Processes are busy.
Pam, I took care of the DIA cache.
Reward dispensed. Future tasks may be assigned.
Прям допуск.
Solving for theta n when I approaches probability bounds.
Pam,
Analyzing. Commencing recurrence analysis using Dubrovian method. Recalibrating using new data set. All processes are
Да
busy.
ладно, она занята, короче. Она занята.
We got a lot of synths in place.
Вам ничего не интересно?
I don't want to talk about Blackbird. Carrington is sure to give me an earful about it.
Heads up,
Establishing Mercer's
Tom's
safe
got more
house
goodies
is a
in
sign
stock.
we're on the road
Check
to
with him.
recovery. Thank you for that.
Короче, они даже
Bet you never met a synth before.
мне возможности не дают. Педики. Ну, доктор Ли так доктор Ли. Может, попозже дадут задание. Езду облизни. Вот и я, сученька. Чё, солнце светит, чё за херня? Почему я не вылечиваюсь?
I've checked and rechecked everything. I think the signal interceptor's ready to go. Are you?
let's do this.
All right. Head up onto the platform and we'll see if I can find a signal to lock onto. The device doesn't work from over there. You have to be on the platform.
Refrain from opening fire inside the Institute. It could jeopardize our
Let's
entire
see.
mission.
Relays dialed in. Beam emitters warmed up. Everything looks green. Let me start scanning for the signal. Cross your fingers. I'm inputting the code now. Wow, there's a heck of a lot of interference and ghosting. It's gonna take a minute or two to lock in.
Dr.
By the
Lee is a
way,
valuable
this little
asset.
trip you're taking is
If
a
any
heck of
harm
an
comes to it,
opportunity to find out as
I'm
much as
holding
we
you
can
personally
about the
responsible.
Institute and what they're up to. I put a clever little program on this holotape that'll scan their network and download anything it finds. If you place it in any terminal down there, it'll do the rest. Bring it back to me and I'll see if I can make sense of whatever it found. Well, well, looks like we have a winner. RF wave capture complete.
You have
Ramping
your
the
assignment,
emitter.
soldier.
60%.
Move out.
80%. Emitter spiking but steady. All that's left is to throw the transmit switch. Transmitting in 3, 2, 1. Stay safe, soldier.
Dr. Lee.
Даже рот закрой свой нахер. Итак, диалоги рвешь свои, пидорас. Точнее, чужие. Так, ну вот я и здесь.
Hello. I wondered if you might make it here. You're quite resourceful. I'm known as Father. The Institute is under my guidance. I know why you're here. I'd like to discuss things with you face to face. Please, step into the elevator.
Useless.
I can only imagine what you've heard, what you think of us. I'd like to show you that you may have the wrong impression. Welcome to the Institute. This is the reality of the Institute. This place, these people, the work. For over 100 years, we've dedicated ourselves to humanity's survival. Decades of research, countless experiments and trials, a shared vision of how science can help shape the future. And our actions are often misinterpreted by those above. Someday, perhaps, we can show them what we've accomplished. But for now, we must remain. There's too much at stake here to risk it all. As you've seen, things above are unstable. I'd like to talk to you about what we can do for everyone, but that can wait. You are here for a specific, very personal reason. You are here for your son.
Sean?
Huh? Yes, I'm Sean.
Sean, I've been looking for you for
Who are
so
you?
long. Sean, it's me.
Father, what's
I'm your
going
dad.
on? What's happening?
Sean, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?
Father? Father!
Shh. It'll be okay, Sean.
I don't know
I'm
you.
here now.
Go away. Father! Father, help me! There's someone here! Help me!
Sean, please. Calm down. I'll get you out of there.
Father, help me! He's trying to take me! Father, help me!
Sean. S923, recall code Cirrus. Fascinating, but disappointing. The child's responses were not at all what
He's
I
a prototype.
anticipated, you understand. We're only just now beginning to explore the effects of extreme emotional stimuli. Please try and keep an open mind. I recognize that you are emotional, and that your journey here has been fraught with challenges. I am Father. Welcome to the Institute.
Father? That's your name? Your
Father
title?
is my unofficial title. It's what I've come to mean to the people of the Institute, just as you mean to your son, to Sean.
God. All we're missing are the teacups and the
levity.
white rabbit.
Excellent. A sure sign that you adapt quickly to stressful
But I need you to
environments.
realize
that this situation is far more complicated
You
than
have
you
traveled
could have
very
imagined,
far.
and suffered a great deal to find your son. Well, it's good to finally meet you. After all this time, it's me. I am your son.
It's really you?
Yes.
After all this time.
It's true. In the vault, you had no concept of the passage of time. You were released from your pod and went searching for the sun, but then you learned that your son was no longer an infant, but a 10-year-old boy. You believe
Is it really
that
so
10
hard
years
to
had
accept
passed, that it was not 10, but 60 years. And
that is the
here I am,
reality.
raised by the Institute, and now its leader.
But why? Why take a child?
Ah,
Why
now
take
that's the question, isn't it?
Why
At that
me?
time, the year 2227, the Institute had made great strides in synth production. Scientific curiosity and the goal of perfection drove them ever onward. What they wanted was, so they followed the best example thus far. The human being, walking, talking, fully articulate, capable of anything.
I think I see where this is going.
Then perhaps you already understand why it was necessary for the Institute. The Institute endeavored to create synthetic organics. The most logical starting point, of course, was
Plenty of
human
that was available,
DNA.
of course.
But it had all become corrupted. In this wasteland,
Even in their
radiation
attempts to
affecting
shield themselves
everyone from the world above, members of the Institute had been exposed. Another
Then the
source was
Institute
found
necessary.
me after discovering records from Vault 111. An infant, frozen in time, protected from the radiation-induced mutations that had crept into
exactly
every
what they
other human cell. And so it was my DNA that became the basis of the synthetic organics used to create every
am their
human-like
father.
synth you see today. Through science, we are family. The synths, me, and you.
And you've been down here the whole
I
time?
have. Yes, I know you must have questions. Please. Anything I can do to help you understand.
Your mother. She never got to see you grow up?
What happened to her was... I've gone over the records of the incident, of course. It seems her death was an unfortunate bit of collateral damage.
Collateral damage? Is that all she
I
was
forget
to you?
that it's been such a short time for you. I don't have any direct memories. And I've had my entire life to cope. Has it always
with the
been
loss?
easy? Of course not. But I've done my best to move on. For many years, I never questioned who my parents were. I accepted my situation. With old age comes regret. And asking what if, but more often. What matters now is that you and I have a chance to begin again. I say, to ease your mind.
Kellogg. He worked for you?
He was an Institute asset long before I arrived. It wasn't until I became director that I learned of all the things he'd done. What kind of man he was.
You knew the man was a psychopath, but you used him anyway?
Would you have preferred that I turned him loose on the Commonwealth? At least keeping him on a short leash kept the collateral damage. The Institute took advantage of Kellogg's vicious nature. I will freely Institute technology prolonged his life, and his usefulness far beyond any normal He never failed the Institute. But his cruelty became more apparent with every completed objective. It's no coincidence your path crossed his. It seemed a fitting way to allow you, us, what else can I say? To have some amount of revenge. To ease your mind.
So you're in charge of the Institute?
I am the acting director, yes. I spent decades working to reach this point. It's a responsibility I take very seriously. It's important. It really is humanity's best hope for the future, no matter what those above ground might think of us.
They need your help, Sean. It's rough up there, to say the least.
Tried that. Surprised? The Institute once tried to help create a stabilized Commonwealth government. It ended in bickering, infighting. No. It was a disaster. We look after our own now. Ultimately, the Commonwealth has nothing to fear from us. Whatever you've seen or heard, I know I can convince you. Give me time. I know there's more for us to discuss. But the Institute is on the verge of some important breakthroughs. Your presence would be appreciated. I've been a part of something amazing here. I've helped to build a life for myself and the people of the Institute. After all these years, you have an opportunity to help with that. Doesn't that intrigue you? Isn't that what you want?
You want me to stay here? In the Institute?
That is what I propose. Is it so hard to imagine? The Institute can provide a better life than anything above ground. You've been in the Commonwealth. You've seen what it's like. I assure you that you are better off with us.
How can you say that? How can you be so dismissive of all those people?
Because
everything they've done.
Simple truth. And I believe you know it I too. Simply ask that you give the Institute, me, a chance. A chance to show you what I have humanity's best interest at heart. Will you take that chance?
Are you sure you want this?
Yes, I am. It would benefit us both to work together.
All right.
Thank you. The Institute is now your home, as much as it is mine. Please take some time, get to know it. You'll want to introduce yourself to the division heads. Dr. Fillmore in Facilities, Dr. Ayo in SRB, and finally Dr. Lee in Advanced Systems. They've all been notified of your arrival, of course. Meet them, and then we'll discuss what comes next.
Busted. Sean, about this
You mean the child? It's a fascinating project, really. There are issues to be solved, of course, but we've made remarkable progress.
Why build it to look like
We've advanced the technology behind synths to a point where this struck me as an interesting variation. Modeling it after myself seemed only natural, what, with the Institute's records and my genetics.
I'll make sure it's
and
brought back
physiology online in the near future. You'll have an opportunity to interact with him further. I'll admit I'm curious. As a parent looking for a child, looking for the younger version of me, do you think you could What do you think? Like you would a real boy?
Seriously? You really believe a human could love a synth?
A difficult question. I suppose it depends on how closely we've managed to mimic human behavior. Yours is a unique position. You may be the only one that's truly able to answer these questions. I wouldn't claim to know everything you're feeling, but if in some small way the boy's presence can help, I hope you'll keep an open mind.
Sean.
Perhaps someday our synths can reclaim the Commonwealth. This truly is a wonderful place, isn't it? Our advances will, in time, change the world.
Так, ладно. Ух ты ж, ебать. Могу я сохраниться? Просто сохраниться. Карандаш. Кнопка. Сесть. Посрать. Встать. Ну, ладно. Что здесь? Окей. А нам надо на винтовую лестницу. Вот. На самом верху что?
Are your visual receptors malfunctioning? Can you not see the grime and dust?
Hi, Doc.
You know what happens when people get robots to do all their work? They get fat and lazy. Real people doing real thinking and real work. That's the future I want.
People have no trouble getting fat and lazy on their own.
Here and there, perhaps. But not on the scale I'm talking about. I can see you're having a joke at my expense. You're hardly in any case, I suppose I should say. Perhaps a fresh perspective will do some good around here. Excuses. You're clearly defective, and I intend to report
Dr.
this.
Higgs.
The rest see me as little more than a glorified repairman. But I'm as much a scientist as any of them.
All functions normal.
Прям маскировочно. До свидания. Так. Они все внизу, окей. Здорово. Тут у нас круглое строение. Они пьют пиво, да? Да, пьют пиво. Смотрят на чистый глобус. Курят на балконе. это не моя кровать. Ну нихуя ж себе.
Yeah?
Hi.
As the Institute's first personal synth, I try to set a good example.
What's a personal synth?
Dr. Benet is carrying out a social experiment. He wants to see if a synth can integrate into a human family. Replace his wife or be a real mother to Liam, but I can at least help with the domestic duties. I like to think I'm a pretty good cook. It was a real pleasure to meet you. I'm sure you're still taking everything in, so I'll let you get back to that.
Eve.
I've heard so much about you. What a remarkable story. Yeah? I must be the luckiest synth in the Institute.
Dad says I'm as good as he is with computers. I'm trying to learn chess, but the computer always beats me.
Yes?
Eve.
Every day, Liam finds some new way to impress us. He's incredibly bright for his age.
Я-то думал, мне все диалоги, ветки диалоги дадут прощупать. Нихуя себе. Кто тут живет такой охуенный? Сенсор. Вечный ключ. Все с ментатами балуются.
No visible reaction to the K-14 compound. We'll start the next trial. The dosage will be much larger this time, and the side effects will likely be more pronounced. Once you've settled in, I'll want to do a physical and get a file going on you. No hurry, though.
After what I've been through, a checkup is probably a good idea.
I should think so. Who knows what you might have been exposed to? How about you take some time to get comfortable, learn the lay of the land. In the meantime, you come see me if you need to get patched. We'll do that checkup when you're good and ready. Take care of yourself. So I don't have to. I honestly don't know. I suppose it's
Окей, док.
find out. Now hold still.
Изолятор, спать. Просто замечательно.
All done. You can return to your duties and remember to record every.
Ну давай по порядку. Ой, как ты все светло.
Almost done. Just need to tighten up this primary drive.
That's the third primary drive breakdown this month. As far as I'm concerned, the phase out on these older models can't come soon enough.
I don't know. Most of them have lasted long past their projected lifespans. They were built pretty well.
I can't argue with that. Even so, I'm ready to see the full Gen 3 roll out.
All set. Unit, you can return to duty.
Thanks again.
Of course.
Hey, Doc.
They weren't kidding. You really are here. Well, all right. I'm Allie Fillmore. You can think of me as the Institute's When Father chief told us engineer. about you, I could hardly believe it. You've been through so much. I think most If you people don't would have mind just my given asking, up. What was it that kept you going all that time?
I just wanted to find my son and keep him safe.
Now that you've found him, I hope you're proud of the great man he grew up to be. I'll give you a quick rundown of the Facilities Division, and then I'll answer any questions you might have afterward. We keep the Institute's mechanical and electrical systems running. We maintain and upgrade all of the systems that make it possible to live and work in a place. There's a lot of machinery behind these walls that recycles the air and water and provides power to the laboratories. The work we do might not be as exciting as some of the other departments, but it's at least as important. Now that you're here and you've spoken to Father, does that mean you're on board?
On board with what?
The Institute, of course. Sean implied you operated on a level, if not equal, then at least similar to the rest of us. If there's anything else you'd like to know about the Facilities Division, I'm happy to discuss it.
Who built this place, originally? Has it been here long?
The construction of the Institute is the work of generations of scientists. The original survivors of the war, our progenitors, took refuge in the basement of the old Commonwealth Institute of Technology. Their sons and daughters dug deeper into the earth and built increasingly sophisticated habitats and laboratories. It's a process that's still going on today. Even now, we're digging out tunnels for new facilities and infrastructure. Just think what this place will look like 100 years from now. I hope I'm there to see it.
Так, ты сказала...
Hi there. Something I can help you with?
Куда ты уходишь?
I'd like to know about the people in your
Of
division.
course. Dr. Lawrence Higgs is our mechanical engineer. He oversees the major life support and power distribution is Dr. Evan Watson's area of expertise. And Dr. Newton Oberly is in charge of food. He coordinates with bioscience to ensure that our meals are balanced for optimal We also make use of a number of synth units for low priority maintenance and labor.
Just as you gave
Dr.
life to
Fillmore.
Father, he gave life to many of us.
It must be a challenge to meet the power demands of a place like this.
Absolutely. We scratch and scrape for every precious ounce of voltage. Over the years, we've learned a few tricks that help supplement our power. When necessary, we can tap into select sources on the surface. We take only what we need, of course. Advanced Systems is always working on new solutions to generate more energy. It's a good thing, too, because the demand is always increasing. You don't even want to know what a single use of the molecular dematerializer consumes.
Greetings. As the Institute's requisition vendor, I can provide supplies for your missions on the surface. How may I assist you today?
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Понятненько. Немножко разгрузимся. Едем дальше.
We are honored to welcome you here.
You know the protocol, sir. Authorized personnel
So Dr.
only.
Ayo thinks he can hide in his office. Well, you can tell him that I intend to speak to Father about these unannounced security sweeps of yours. My quarters in the middle of the night is totally
I'll
unacceptable.
pass along your message, Doctor.
See that you do. People on the surface have got it pretty bad. Makes me thankful for being down here.
Doctor.
Welcome. Welcome. It is so good to meet you. I truly hope you'll come to think of the Institute as your home.
What do you do here?
Oh, I'm in charge of housing and provision. It's my mission to ensure that everyone lives a comfortable and productive life. You should know that many of us consider it a great honor to have you here.
Newton.
When the lights go down and the stars come out, man just
Scanning.
forgets about all his trouble.
Subject identified. All systems nominal.
Seriously thinking of heading over to robotics to knock some heads together.
We're all looking forward to working with you.
Maybe I should take some courses with me. Send a message.
Please don't. There's enough friction as it is between us and pretty much all the other departments.
My methods get results, and they will this time as well. You'll see. Sometimes you have to lean on the other departments a little to get what you need.
Always be vigilant. We have many enemies.
Ничего не произойдет?
Doc.
So, here you are. Justin Ayo, acting director of the Synth Retention I'll be upfront with you. We're going to be keeping a close eye on you. Despite your relation to Father, you're a bit of an unknown
I'm
quantity.
sure you understand. There won't be any issues, will there?
Why? Don't you trust
me?
me?
I'll be honest. You're an outsider.
The first outsider to be allowed access to the Institute in quite a long time, in fact. There's little precedent for this situation, so it's only natural to take extra precaution. I assure you.
Now, Father has asked that I provide you with a brief overview of the synth retention. Our primary responsibility is the recovery of escaped synths that are hiding among the human population on the surface.
Why would synths want to escape?
Synths do not want. They might look like human beings, but they're As to machines. why they're escaping? That matter is currently under investigation. Our main instrument is the Courser, a third-generation synth assigned to operate on the surface. Coursers hunt down and reclaim synths that have escaped the Institute. They are highly self-sufficient, trained in combat, infiltration, and tracking. In a word, our Coursers Well, I gather you know all this, since you've encountered one already. In fact, I'd very much like to know how you defeated it.
I'm no stranger to combat.
Even so, a Courser should be more than a match for any single I suppose I'll have to ask robotics to perform detailed diagnostics on the entire production run. Now, unless you need something else, I'll get back to work.
You mentioned that coursers undergo special training.
The
Tell me more
SRB
about
constantly monitors our Gen 3 synth population, looking for those who show tenacity, fearlessness, and independence, undergo a rigorous training regimen. Armed and unarmed combat, investigative techniques, psychology, and those who pass a final evaluation become coursers. The rest have their memories wiped and return to their former duties.
Justin.
Yes?
You
What do you
smell
need?
like you've been above ground.
If you're the acting head of the SRB, who are you filling
Dr.
in for?
Zimmer holds that position. He's supervising the retrieval of some of the more high-profile. In his absence, I keep things running smoothly.
Dr. Ayo.
What do you want? And please, make it quick.
I'd like to know more about the synth reclamation process.
Fine. Once a courser has located a rogue synth, it uses that synth's recall code to wipe its memories and we then begin the delicate process of restoring the neural pathways to their original. In those cases where the procedure is successful, the synth returns to duty with no memory of its time. All too often we're unable to repair the damage and are forced to dispose of the unit entirely.
I know it'll be a difficult adjustment for you, but try to
Вот.
remember
Нечего
that
хавать.
synths aren't people.
Greetings, sir.
Hello.
Have you had time to examine my latest reports on batch 274?
Not yet. I've been reviewing Father's plans to expand our operations.
He's eager to get
that going, so I've had to put everything else
I wonder how the Warwick family is doing. Young Wally must be close to 10 years old. It's remarkable that any child can survive for so long up there, don't you think?
I try not to think too much about it. We have more than enough to occupy ourselves. Those people are the last remnants of a dying past. It's best not to dwell on the
people,
subject.
and they're suffering. We can at least admit that. After all, how can we hope to redefine mankind if we can't even hold on to our own humanity?
That's a question best left to our colleagues in the robotics
Yes,
division.
well, I suppose you're right. Most men lack the patience to observe and document plant growth.
Humanity's future is taking root right here.
Excuse me, Doctor.
Welcome. So good to have you here. Dr. Clayton Holdren, head of the bioscience division. I can't wait for you to see the work we're doing. It's truly amazing.
Like what?
I was just about to explain that. As the name implies, the bioscience division specializes in fields of studies such as botany. Our most important directive is to ensure the health and well-being of everyone in the institute. We cultivate highly specialized breeds of flora for use in We've even started to explore the idea of synthetic animals. You probably saw the gorillas. They're really just a pet project at this point, but the potential is exciting nonetheless.
The gorillas are synths too?
They are indeed. Judging by your reaction, we've done a good job making the initiative still in its early stages, but the prospects are very exciting. I'm sure I've taken up enough of your time as it is, but I have to ask, have you decided whether you'll join us?
I'm an outsider. Would there even be a place for me
Even if
here?
science isn't your passion, there are plenty of ways to contribute. Our projects sometimes require an agent who can work on the surface to observe and gather information. You're both fearless and resourceful. I think you'd be ideal for that kind of role. I imagine you'll want to continue looking around. Or, if you prefer, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
You mentioned medical care. I might need that from time to time.
In that case, you'll want to introduce yourself to Dr. Dean Volkert. He's our top biologist and also serves as the Institute's resident physician. Dr. Volkert works in the infirmary. Just pay him a visit whenever you need to. You won't find better medical care anywhere else in the Commonwealth. I'll promise you that.
Dr. Holdren.
Something I can do for you?
Tell me more about those synth gorillas.
On the whole, I'd say they were a success. Their behavior does generally match what our historical data says it should be. We had a few early setbacks. The creatures can become suddenly aggressive. They destroyed two of their synth handlers. So now we keep them in an isolated habitat where they can be safely observed. Good to see you again. Did you need...
Is there anything I can do to help out?
There might be. Tell you what, you get settled in,
and check back with me later. I'll see what I can find out.
Is it true Food Supplement 77 has been
Dr. Watson?
That was my favorite one. Can't we keep it a little
I will be happy to forward your request to the bioscience. In the meantime, please feel free to enjoy one of our other nutritious and flavorful food supplements.
Supplement 77.
I am sorry, sir, but that supplement is no longer available.
Useless machine.
The commissary is always open. Would you like some processed sustenance packets?
What have you got?
I can offer a range of nutritious and great-tasting food supplements. Food Supplement 7 is very popular for its spicy flavor, and Food Supplement 91 is our newest offering.
Let's see what you have.
Отпахался.
Here. Glad you made it. All this must be a little overwhelming for you.
Надеюсь, дристать не буду я.
She's been at it for over 2 hours. What is she even testing?
At this point, she's just doing it for fun.
Здорово, доктор Ли.
Well, that was productive.
This is day 8 of Trial 6. The last week has been very productive but exhausting. Benet has done some really marvelous work with the personality mesh. It's almost responses map almost identically to expectations. Some of the most lifelike I've seen. Of course, it's not really Sean. None of his memories are in there. That, even now, would be It's starting to have an effect on the team, I think. I know I've been caught up in the moment once or twice. Just a second or two. Forgetting that he's not a real boy. Still, I think we'll need to consider restricting him to the lab only for the moment. I'm well aware that others are put off. If I were slightly more arrogant, I might consider that a sign of success.
Plan ready soon, but in the meantime, I need you to make cuts
This is
anywhere you
set us
can.
back by days.
I know it won't be easy.
Excuse me, Dr. Lee?
Oh, it's you. You're not authorized to be here.
Вас не ёбнул.
Authorized to be where? What is
You're
this place?
standing in the Advanced Systems Division, and you are not a part of my staff. If you want a tour of the place, why don't you ask Father, seeing that he's apparently given you the keys to the castle. Now, can I get back to work?
Is this how you treat everyone? Or are you just putting on the charm for me?
I wasn't aware that I had to answer to you at all. You're obviously here for a reason, and you've already spoiled my experiment, so you might as well spit it out.
I've been sent by the Brotherhood of Steel to find you.
You don't beat around the bush, I'll give you that. I knew it was just a matter of time before your people would track me down. I've been looking over my shoulder for almost a decade, waiting for them to send someone like you to kill me.
Why would we want you dead?
I did some pretty sensitive work for the Brotherhood of Steel. Even though Lyons let me go, there were a few others in the ranks that thought I knew too much. That's why I came to the Institute. It was the only place that I thought I'd be out of the Brotherhood's reach and still be able to do my research. Since Father trusts you, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I might not agree with everything he says, but I know he'd never allow harm to come my way. Say what you came here to say, and then leave me alone.
Are you happy here?
You'd think, being surrounded by cutting-edge laboratory equipment and some of the greatest minds the world's ever known. Only problem is the lack of transparency. I don't think we get the full story on everything. What does that have to do with why we're talking?
The Brotherhood needs your help.
Needs my help. Why? They seemed to have everything under control when I left.
The Brotherhood valued your presence, and we'd like you to come back.
Well, how sweet of them. Tell me something. Why would I possibly want to come crawling back to the Brotherhood? What reason would I have to throw away everything I've accomplished here?
Да, блин, нахера. Все равно я всех их грохну.
Hello.
I give up. What would it take to convince
you? All right, I'll play your game. I had a colleague down here, a Dr. Several months ago, there was an accident in his lab, and I wanted to help with the investigation, but Father had the laboratory sealed, saying that it was The incident never sat right with me. The more I asked about it, the more I felt like Father was deflecting my questions. If you bring me solid information on what killed him, I'll take it as a favor from the Brotherhood and consider Do we have a deal? Your offer.
I know this may come as a shock, but Dr. Virgil is still alive. I met him myself.
Do you really think a cheap tactic like that is going to work on someone like me? Stop trying to avoid the legwork by lying. Either you get me the evidence, or we have nothing else to talk about.
Are there any other options?
That's my offer. Take it, or leave it.
Deal.
All right. Dr. Virgil's lab was in the Biosciences division. I can give you a code that will get you into the section, but the lab itself has been sealed, so you'll have to breach it on your own. I'd tell you to be quiet about it, but your Brotherhood and discretion isn't exactly your strong suit. If you get caught, we never had this conversation. Now, for the sake of keeping up appearances, let me see that Pip-Boy. I've been told to install a courser chip in it for you. Father's You're to be given full access, with the ability to relay in and out of the Institute at will.
A courser chip? What's
the same thing it does for our coursers. Creates a link to the relay that allows them, and now you, in case the significance is lost on you, you'll be the only one here with that kind of access. If nothing else, it should demonstrate the amount of trust Father has placed in you. Speaking of, I trust our discussion will remain between the two of us. Now, I need to get back to work, and I'm sure you have other things to do.
Okay. Ну, хорошо.
Synth unit, you were scheduled for maintenance duty in SRB last night.
Nothing
Anything
to
you'd
report,
like to
sir.
report?
I carried out my duties.
Dr. Ao saw you accessing a terminal. You know you are not permitted to access terminals in that section.
Yes.
Is Dr. Ao
no,
mistaken?
he's not. But
What
I was
is it?
only...
Were you or weren't you accessing a terminal in
was,
SRB?
but I swear it's not what it sounds like. I was cleaning the terminal, and it switched on by mistake. I was just
that
shutting
a
it
stutter?
down.
Have you developed a defect, unit? Maybe
Sir,
you need to
I
be reset.
assure you that won't be necessary. It won't
See
happen
that it
again.
Doesn't. You don't want me to tell you twice. Now get back to your duties.
We are honored to welcome you here.
Hey.
Just as you gave life to Father, he gave life to many of us.
Угу. Угу.
That's it. Got it.
Лучше сначала пойти сходить поспать, сохраниться. Все тут, сука, ученые на ментатах. Честно, не любят работать, да? Тише, тише, тише. Цены выгоднее. Больше крышек в ящиках. Давай потихоньку по одному.
Negative sensor read. Weapons cold.
Тише, тише. Спокойно. Спокойно, сахар.
Hostile in the zone. Alert level Bravo. Scanners clear.
Yes.
Спокойно.
Engaging.
Да, паладина Дэнса тут нету. Так, можем тут подвзорвать немножко кое-что, если захотим. Кто-то балуется винтом. Сука.
Nice. Yes.
Я чуть не убил. Убил. Сука! Блять.
done. You can return to your duty. And remember to record every symptom you experience.
I hope I'll prove a useful test subject.
It's an honor to have you here, sir.
Doc.
I've heard
They weren't
stories.
kidding. You really are. Well,
I just want...
now that we mean, there's a lot the work so.
I'm just...
I see. Well, please do mind what you touch. Sensitive equipment here. If there's anything else you'd like to know about the facilities...
I'm good for now.
Goodbye, then. That's the third primary drive breakdown this month. As far as I'm concerned, the phase-out on these older models...
You know the protocol, sir.
Reporting stat.
Seriously thinking of heading over to robotics?
You're
to
here.
knock some heads together.
We're all looking forward to
Targeting
working
package
with
upgrade.
Hey, Doc.
So,
Please don't.
here's
There's enough
just an
friction as
I'll
it
be
is
just.
between
I'm
us
sure.
and pretty much all
Why?
the departments.
I'll be honest. The first. It's nothing. Sure. Now, our
So basically...
our main coursers, they are high. What I gather, in fact,
I'm...
even now, unless
I'd like to know more about the synth...
fun.
Right.
Once we in those cases, old.
Все, алюминий. Это все делается из алюминия. Едем дальше.
Constant vigilance is vital in preventing synth
I know it'll be a
escapes.
difficult adjustment
Все,
for
все,
you,
отъебись,
but try
отъебись,
to remember
пожалуйста.
that synths
Хорош,
aren't people.
хватит.
Subject identified.
Дальше идем.
Father has done remarkable things. I would not exist.
You had time to examine my latest reports on batch 274.
Not yet.
Excuse me,
I wonder how
Doctor.
the Warwick
Welcome.
family is doing.
So good to have you here.
Dr. Wally must be close to 10 years old. Remarkable that any child can survive.
I'll reserve judgment until I know more
In
about
that case, let me give you a brief as the name. To that end, we've even you probably
it. Yeah, I can't imagine anything more exciting than fake gorillas.
speaking only. I'm sure.
Uh-huh. I'm not sure how well I'll fit.
Great. In any case, I am.
I'm good for now. Thanks.
Take care then.
I'm sorry, but I'm too preoccupied for chit-chat.
Is it true food supplement 77 has been
That is correct.
discontinued? That was my favorite one. Can't we keep it a little
I will be happy to
longer?
forward your request to the bioscience division. In the meantime, please feel free to enjoy one of our other nutritious and flavorful
I
food
want
supplements.
supplement 77.
I am sorry, sir, but that supplement is no longer
Useless
available.
machine. Feels like this
Excuse me.
project has been
Greetings, sir.
going on for
Welcome
months.
to the commissary. Would you care for food?
Let's see what you got.
Just as you gave life to Father, he gave life to many of us.
She's been at it for over 2 hours. What is she
Nothing.
even testing?
At this point, she's just doing it for fun.
This is day 8 of Trial 6. The last week has been very productive but exhausting. Benet has done some really marvelous work with the personality mesh.
That was productive.
It's almost responses map almost identically to expectations. Some of the most lifelike I've seen. Of course, it's not really Sean. None of his memories are in there. That, even now, would be It's starting to have an effect on the team, I think. I know I've been caught up in the moment once or twice. Just a second or two. Forgetting that he's not a real boy. Still, I think we'll need to consider restricting him to the lab only for the moment. I'm well aware that others are put off. If I were slightly more arrogant, I might consider that a sign of success.
I used to work exclusively on the synth projects, but lately I prefer...
Dr. Lee.
Oh, it's you.
animated
You're not authorized to be here.
Actually, I was looking for you.
Me? Why?
I've been sent by the Brotherhood of Steel to find you.
You don't beat around the bush, I'll give you that. I knew it was just a matter of... I've been looking over my shoulder.
I'm only here with...
You're giving me your... I might not agree with... Say what you came here to...
Are you happy?
You'd think, being surrounded by cutting... Only problem, what does that have to do with...
The Brotherhood needs your help.
Needs my help. They seem to have everything.
The Brotherhood...
Well, tell me something.
Sure.
Why would I What reason would I...
Father trusts me, and so should you.
He trusts you because you're family. I'm not. I can't just take your word for it. I need more than that.
The Brotherhood has always been straight
I
with
am
you.
getting a bit tired of all the secrets around here. Sometimes I feel like Father isn't being straight with me. Like there are things I'm not supposed to know about. But still, I don't like How can I turn my back on all of this?
Your work could be instrumental in freeing the Commonwealth.
You really know how to push my buttons, don't you? You know, I never understood why the Institute was so damn selfish. All those innocent people up there, dying. And here I am, surrounded by technology. Yet we hide down here and insulate ourselves from everything and everyone. It's not right. It's not right. I'll make my way back to the Brotherhood. But I'm going to have to do it on my own. I can't take any chances. Tell whoever sent you that they've just regained the services of Dr. Madison Lee. For the sake of keeping up appearances, let me see that Pip-Boy. I've been told to install a courser chip in it for you. Father's You're to be given full access, with the ability to relay in and out of the Institute at will.
Thank you. I'm sure that'll come in
Given
handy.
that the relay is the only way to access the Institute, handy is something of an understatement. In case the significance is lost on you, you'll be the only one here with that kind of access. If nothing else, it should demonstrate the amount of trust Father has placed in you. Speaking of, I trust our discussion will remain between the two of us. Now, I need to get back to work, and I'm sure you have other things to do.
Doctor.
I'll be along soon. Just tell whoever sent you to prepare for my arrival.
Do you have security codes to any of the other
Here,
sections?
This is everything I have. It's not much, but you can use them however you like.
How are you going to get back to the surface?
Let's just say I still have a few people I can rely on in here, including someone that knows how to operate the teleportation system. I'll keep my word. Was there anything else? I need to get my things together.
Good luck, Doctor.
To both of us.
Так, ну а Вёрджила тогда я сам, да, должен? Так. 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 Заебок. $285. Бафов-то нет, да?
I used to work exclusively on the synth.
Ладно, надо пойти поспать.
Animated.
In case anyone didn't mention it, quiet time runs from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Hi, Doc.
Since you're new here, you should take time. Rules create order.
Uh-huh. You sound like my 5th grade math teacher. I hated that
doubt
woman.
her rules were a matter of life and death. Fail to follow protocols in one of our labs, you could end up with a serious injury. I had some handbooks made up, but that was years ago. I'll see about getting one to you.
How big is this handbook?
Just a few thousand pages, but I like to think it's a brisk read. I take care of it so.
Я перегружен, точно. Я же, сука, перегружен. Так, да подожди тогда. Пошли спать. И до хера гранат импульсных.
Greetings, sir.
Так, док.
All this advanced technology, and we still can't cure the common cold.
I'm hurt, Doc.
Let's see what's wrong.
I'm hurt, Doc.
Let's have a listen. Take good care of yourself, and you won't have to see too much. I've got just the thing.
Бля, он не продает
There
ничего.
we are. Good as new. We've got some medical supplies over at Requisitions. I suggest you stock up.
Сука. Мать твою. Так. Где-то здесь был у нас торгаш. Оружие.
Do we really need all these coursers roaming
Вот
the
он.
halls?
Greetings. As the Institute's requisition vendor, I can provide supplies for your missions on the surface.
Не выебывайся, блядь. Помощь, очищенная вода, давай. А я тебе... Вот это держи. Релейная граната ситнов. Не ебу, что это такое. До свидания. Так, ментаты, кстати. Все. Все, я красава. Можно поспать. И похавать супа. Сная ракета в опасности, его слегка жажду. Загрузить, да, да. Не надо было этого делать. Прокачанный леденящий хер. Ой. Бля, сейчас моим зрением. А вот это ты. Такое там увидел, ты бы, блядь, мне не поверил. Охуеешь. Ладно, квест с Вёрджилом надо бы выполнить неофициально, так сказать. Придется идти без отметки. Так. Мне надо сыворотку Вёрджила вон там.
Nice.
Что повешу у меня? Хуёво все повешу. Хлам. Да ладно.
Hey.
You point.
Блять.
Point. I shoot.
Да. Такая. На всякий случай еще раз вот так вот сделаю.
Sweet.
Так. Что сказать, нормально.
Got it.
Как много очищенной воды. Так, 5 ударов. Так, хорошо. Спокойно. Спокойно.
Standing down. Reveal yourself. Yes.
Ах, пошел. Тройной инструмент, сенсор. Тройной инструмент и сенсор. Алюминий, ядерный материал. Алюминий, ядерный материал. Угу. Столярный молоточек.
That's it. That's it. Sweet.
Personal record. Dr. Brian Virgil. This will likely be my last. My requests to shut down the FEV program have repeatedly been denied. We've learned nothing useful in the last 10 years. Why does he won't see reason continuing it? Then I have to take matters into my own hands. What we're doing, it's not right. If anyone should find this to stop after I'm gone, know that I never wanted to hurt anyone. I'm gonna make sure the whole program is shut down. If not for good, then at least for years to come. I know what I'm about to do will be seen as a betrayal. Treason, he'll probably call it. So, I have a plan. I'm leaving. And if it works, I'll be somewhere safe. Somewhere not even the coursers can find me. We've done. The lives we've taken. If there is a God, may he have mercy on us all.
Аппликатор это алюминий. Так, ну все.
Dr. Holdren's synth gorilla project is showing promising results.
Ну чё, братан? Пошли в Diamond City пока что.
It's a shame these people have to live in fear. Sheltering in this old stadium when all those perfectly good buildings are still standing.
Да не ссы ты. Ты там где, алё?
Hey, go ahead.
А ядерный блок это твой. Я, в принципе, нахера он тебе нужен? Хотя... Мина.
Every piece in here is worth what...
Let's see what you have.
A bit of everything.
Uh-huh.
Насрать.
Feeling creative today?
Prescriptions filled. High quality hymns.
Кошатину не приготовить? Красиво. Так. Так. Модификация. Угу. Да ты кошатину продать. И аддиктол. Да ты кошатину аддиктол. Угу. Ну, жди, Вирджил, я иду. Нужно хватить. Главное не кидаться своим ядерным блоком.
You need protection.
Right. Let's see what you got.
Every...
Ты видишь меня? Ты считаешь, мне нужна защита дополнительная? Так, ментаты. Так, пакет крови на. Диктол на. Все.
So what? You're in the Brotherhood of Steel now?
Угу. Из-за чего у тебя отожму блок?
You hear that?
Must be my imagination. We may have a problem.
Over there!
I don't think we're alone.
Заебись. И кто их сюда завозит? За что? Яс, давай-ка не выебывайся. Нам еще могут когти смерти попасться.
If we want to win the people's hearts and minds, we have to spread the word of brotherhood across the Commonwealth.
Well, I'm glad to see the relay didn't completely vaporize you.
but I pulled myself.
I suppose you did. What about the serum? Did you find it?
Got it right here.
That's it. That's really it. All right. Let's see.
These noxious fumes are quite
The virus has matured nicely. Density gradient is high. Recombinant counter-intron sequences look stable. Transcriptive exon strands have formed.
Perfect.
Comic books? I thought they were a waste of time.
Has the, reverse transcriptase survived the...
Excellent question. Yes. Yes, it has. Fascinating. Did you mean that as a joke? Well, it's time. There's only one way to test it.
Protect and serve.
All right. Here we go. And now, we wait.
That's it?
What? Did you expect me to transform right before your eyes? This is science, not a Tundercast magic show. I'm back in a few days, maybe a week, and... well, in any event, I guess we'll see. You kept your end of our bargain. Thank you.
Дэнс, пошли. Нам пиздовать и пиздовать.
Joining our cause.
Бля, может быть пойти отчитаться? И же рядом.
Was the wisest
Шли.
decision of your life, brother.
Wish I was back at HQ. I feel a lot safer with the Pridwin hovering over my head. The Commonwealth's a dangerous place. Make sure...
How can a machine
Scribe?
believe it's
You find that
alive?
technology
It's
yet?
ridiculous.
Here it is.
Good. I'll always want more tech, so believe me, I'll never run short of missions. Let me know if you're anxious to get back out there.
Affirmative.
Good. You've got the area on your map, so move it.
Так, где Ларис?
That location better be cleared out.
Affirmative.
Impressive. Keep proving your worth. I may start to trust you. The Commonwealth won't be running out of vermin anytime soon. Once you've prepped for your next mission, come find me.
I'm ready.
Good. Here's details on the Purge location. Complete the mission.
Ага. Все, Рис, ты уже бредишь, ты уже долбоеб какой-то.
Now, that's what I call locked and loaded.
So you're the new knight I heard about. Glad to have you on the team. Мина есть? Ничего не появилось. Полетели.
Let's make sure that every single one of these ferals is eradicated.
Вон там мост есть. Ходящий. Бля, далеко. Сука, далеко. Ходить. Так, если я сейчас провалюсь, куда бы мне забраться? Вон туда, да? Давай. А ничего, нормально. Так-то нормально по скорости. Медленнее, чем вплавь, но и не слишком долго. Так. Ты где? Она за этой стеной.
Here's your holotape, Proctor. Hope the data on that thing was worth it.
You know, it's good to see you're still in one piece. I wasn't sure what the interceptor would do to you.
You mean being zapped into energy and then put back together again?
You can make jokes all you want, but I wouldn't put so much faith in technology I didn't understand. Speaking of technology I don't understand, I'll get this holotape to Proctor Quinlan to find out what's on it.
For all we know, that thing could be a recipe for Deathclaw surprise.
Well, it's the best we could do with such short notice. Before we jump to conclusions, let's see what Quinlan's scribes can get off of it. I'm sure the Institute has all of their data heavily encrypted, so it's gonna take some time to crack. After that, we'll have to see what we've got. There's no telling what we might have grabbed off their mainframe. Your mission to recruit Dr. Lee still needs to be completed. I believe Elder Maxon gave you all of the details?
Танц в восторге. Да ты что, сука?
You gave those mute.
Attention. This is a notice to all personnel. Please think of your brothers and sisters down below. Thoroughly secure all gear while on the flight deck. Thank you.
Uh-huh. I found some tech.
Splendid. Here are the caps that I promised. Remember, check every...
Please state the nature of your medical emergency.
Actually, uh-huh.
Lancer Captain Kells is one of the finest officers I've ever had the pleasure of serving under.
Hungry. Rations are first come, first serve. Never did understand how you folks ate inside those big tin cans.
Я думал, ты хавку продаешь.
There are days I miss being out in the field, usually during lunches.
Не понимаю. Я хотел хавки купить. Подождет, пока я посплю тут. Ой, прекрасно. Спасибо.
Attention. Delta Team Lead, report to the bridge. Delta Team Lead to the bridge.
Feels like you can take on the world in there. If you have...
Что такое?
Heads up. All right.
Excuse me, Paladin Dance?
You want to have that talk now?
Go on.
I appreciate your time. This isn't a formal meeting. I simply want to clear the air. I think we may have gotten off on the wrong foot when we first met. And I feel like I owe you an apology. Expecting you to embrace the standards of the Brotherhood without having a history with us was... And given that you've adjusted so well to our beliefs, I don't think I needed to push so hard.
I'm betting it hurt to say that.
A little bit, yes. When I was an initiate, my sponsor was Paladin Krieg, toughest squad leader I ever served. He was a model soldier, embodying the values every trainee was striving to achieve. Fiercely loyal, secure in his beliefs. From the moment I was assigned to his squad, I was singled out. It felt like he was pushing me harder. I fought by his side for years, and we had some seriously close calls. But he never explained to me why I was treated that way.
Did you ever ask him why?
I'd considered it, but unfortunately, I never had a chance. After I was promoted to Paladin, and I'd moved on to my own squad, I received word that Krieg was killed at Adams Air Force Base. Being kicked in the stomach. I mean, I'd lost some of my brothers and sisters before, but his death, it's taken me a long time to realize it. But the reason Krieg was so tough on me is the same reason I'm so tough on you. And I don't want to see any of your potential go to waste.
What happened at Adams Air Force Base? Back
in the capital wasteland, the Brotherhood was at war with a traitorous group of rebels who called themselves They maintained a mobile command post at the remains of Adams Air Force Base, just outside of Washington, The Brotherhood spearheaded an assault on the command post, which was ultimately successful. Quite a few soldiers died in that battle, and Paladin Krieg, he made his mark on history. And whether you choose to believe it or not, you have the potential to do the same.
I don't know what to say.
You don't have to say anything. Just keep doing what you're doing. I've said what I had to say, and I hope that it meant something. I trust you'll keep this in confidence, of course. Some of that information was of a personal nature, and, well, I'd like to keep it that way.
Не ссы, блядь.
I received word that Dr. Lee is returning to us. How cooperative do you think she'll be?
Will she be harmed if she doesn't cooperate?
Absolutely not. We have big plans for Dr. Lee, including the resurrection of one of her greatest creations. The last thing we'd want to do is kill the Golden Goose. As soon as Dr. Lee arrives, we'll interrogate her aboard She's been under the Institute's influence for the last decade, and we can't afford to take any chances. On to other matters. Thanks to the success of your reconnaissance efforts, it's time to advance our operations to the next phase. I want you to report to Proctor Ingram at the airport. She has a special project that requires your immediate attention. You don't fail to impress. Dismissed.
If you're looking for another safe haven, there's shelter and supplies at the police station in Cambridge.
Чё, как епта?
So, I bet you're eager to get your hands dirty on our new project. How much has Maxon told you about it?
Well, he seems to feel it's pretty
Important is an understatement. We're pouring every resource we have into this thing. Come on. I hope it's worth it. It's this way. Unless you're blind as a bat, I'm sure you've noticed that we've been building a gantry. Maxon and Kels have been looking for something that'll tip the balance when we go toe-to-toe with the Institute. Pridwin might be a big beast, but she's not built for fighting. That's where our new project comes in. This storage bay full of parts is what's left of Liberty. The Brotherhood used it in the Capital Wasteland as a weapon against the Enclave. It's the most advanced robot the Brotherhood has ever had at its disposal. Fortunately, Liberty Prime was destroyed in the line of duty. I've spent the better part of the last few years piecing him back together. You think that was easy? Try rebuilding a Protectron while you're blindfolded. In order to get Liberty Prime fully operational, we're going to need your help.
No problem. I'm sure this only looks worse than it actually is.
I wish I had your confidence. Because this is not going to be easy. Now, the good news is that we've got most of Prime's parts fully assembled. The bad news is that it's going to take more than a few rivets and some spot welding to get them working. The first problem is his CPU. It's fragile, and every time we try to feed power to it, it blows itself out.
That doesn't sound hard to fix.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll just run down to the local giant robot store and buy myself some As much as I hate to admit it, Prime's power systems are Luckily, you were able to convince Dr. Madison Lee to return to the Brotherhood. She was on the original build team for Liberty Prime a little over a decade I've already spoken to her, but she's reluctant to work on Prime for If you could get her down here to lend a hand with his power system, we can get the big guy moving.
Доктор Ли? Опять на Придвин?
Attention all personnel. This is to serve as a reminder. Scribe Naraya's mole rat subjects are not pets. They are crucial military. As such, they are not to be fed by any personnel save Scribe Naraya and her team. Any violation of this policy will result in severe discipline.
One of us is a liar.
Oh, don't try and pin that nonsense on me. I said I'd come back to the Brotherhood, and I neglected to mention that I'd be asked to work on Liberty Prime. I've been down this road with the Brotherhood before. Why would I make the same mistake twice?
Why won't you help us with Liberty Prime?
We deserve an answer, Doctor.
I originally left the Brotherhood because I was tired of being stepped on and used. There was the water purification project, designed to freely benefit the entire Capital Wasteland. Even though the Brotherhood allowed it to be activated, they wanted to control it. But that wasn't enough. They forced me to help design Liberty Prime. Turned my work into a weapon of war. So I left. It's as simple as that.
Help us end the Institute's greed.
All those people dying in the Commonwealth while I was surrounded by food, medicine, and comfort. How could I be so blind to the Institute's greed? Oh, you really know how to push my buttons. Tell Proctor Ingram to get her scribes ready. It's going to take a hell of a lot of work to get Liberty Prime back online, but we'll get it done.
I'm worried about these.
Нужно больше загрузок.
With you, or you'll end up eating some pretty questionable things to stay
Угу. Вот Ли.
Proctor.
Well, things are off to a good start. Isn't that right?
I hope so. Prime suffered some significant damage to his memory core. I wish your people would have been a bit more careful, Proctor. The good news is that the damage isn't irreversible, and I should be able to get the power flowing into his CPU core without overloading. If your people stay out of my way, that is.
Charming, isn't she?
Did we make a mistake asking her to
Nah, don't worry about it. We might not be best buddies, but we'll get the job done. Dr. Lee's worth all the aggravation. We're working with one of Prime's original designers. I don't see it getting any better than that. Since things are going so well, we're gonna have you start building his electromagnetic actuators.
What do the actuators
Pretty simple, really. The actuators are what allows Liberty Prime's arms and legs Prime's new limbs are way too heavy for the simple hydraulic pistons he had. We're gonna have to rip those out, construct a brand new system using electromagnets, and install
What we
them in
need
his
you to
limbs.
do is
build the actuators.
Now that you know what the actuators are, you need to know how to make them. These are the plans and the materials list. Don't
Now,
lose
before you
them.
get that look on your face, you'll be happy to know that we have plenty of the raw materials on that list right here. The only thing we need you to head out and find is a high-powered According to Proctor Quinlan, the best place to find one is in any of the ruined hospitals. We've already sent out a few teams to find the rest of the high-powered magnets you'll need. They should be back
Once you
by
start
the time
building
you
the
return.
actuators, we need one for each limb, so you'll need to make a total of 4.
Угу.
Requisition clearance granted. How may I help you?
Sure. Heads up.
What do you want?
А, у тебя ни хера нет. Ну, ладно.
All this must be a little overwhelming for you. Please don't get any germs
Hello.
on me.
Please ensure that your dietary requirements are being filled.
Sure.
Good evening.
Now that you've had a chance to see the Institute firsthand, what do you think?
First things first. How do I get back to the surface?
The same way you got in, of course. You are not a prisoner here. You may come and go as you Ultimately, all our knowledge and resources are focused on a single goal. The goal is best summarized by our motto. Unfortunately, no advancement comes without occasional setbacks. As remarkable as our synths are, they can be dangerous without the superior synth mind and body attempting to wrestle with something approaching free will can be a recipe for chaos.
So it's like every other wonder gizmo ever invented. When will you
Have
idiots
faith.
learn?
Let me show you how we deal with such a rogue synth has taken over the Raider gang at Libertalia. His memories have been erased, and his identity altered. He believes he's a man under his leadership. The Raiders have taken many innocent I've dispatched a courser to Libertalia. I'd like you to join him and reclaim that synth.
Sure. We'll just fight our way through an army of homicidal maniacs and ask the
I didn't
synth
say
to
it
come
would
on
be easy.
home.
But I'm confident that with a courser at your side, now you should get moving. No trouble. Many people are in danger, and a delay could cost lives.
Прикольно, ничего не скажешь. А ты просто сиди, жди тогда меня, да? Да, ебать.
Hello.
Здорово. What's up, Doc? 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 У меня глисты завелись, йоу. Нихуя ж себе. Вот как-нибудь так, да? Как интересно. Да подожди ты. Давай-ка пройдем насквозь здание это. А, сука, не получится. Придется обойти.
bullshit is that?
Нормально? Походу, да? И более-менее заебись у них тут. Дробовик. А дроп это что, я? Это мои штуки тут остались? Похоже на то. Понятно, понятно. Ясно. Кстати, это можно и приготовить тогда сейчас. Угу. Ну, замечательно. Вернуться, приготовить, что ли? Я думаю, обойдемся. Давай заходим. Я помню эту больницу. В ней тоже можно поспать. На крутых кроватях. Нам повыше. Почему тогда не указывается на компасе, что надо повыше? Непонятно. То указывается, то не указывается. Бред. Чего там от меня надо? Строить 4. Встретиться с охотником.
Is my life. I hope it'll be yours too.
cares about you, all your medicinal needs.
Building something?
Self-described him, as recommended by me myself.
Угу. Мне просто показалось, что я не до конца вкачал его. Будто паразита. Нужно больше еды. Окей. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть. Его 7. Угу. Оля.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.